नमस्कार, good morning, सत श्री अकाल, सलाम वालेकुम, warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, vanakkam, namaskaram. Anything in left, including that. This is in your Surah Singh speaking from Bharat, India, and on August 9, 2020. Every day is serious day these days, but I cannot say today is serious nor I didn't get any information about COVID-19 from news, but it's moving very fast, I know that much. I show this identity every day just to confirm that I am a human being. I am 35%, not just a fraud. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Suraj Singh speaking with you on this every day, and this man certification regarding fellow of Mr. Samira Senior, Chartered Engineer of Bharat, and this is all that. We come on to topic again every day. Sunday, of course, I know. You all are sleeping, no problem, sleep. Life is sleep. Sleeping is life. Let us say Phoenix, one more pieces, Phoenix, Red Day, Silver, and also this is project management, engineering management, etc. etc. And also it is COVID-19, some talk of that, not necessarily all talk, and also this complete general, etc. etc. So old style is the I prefer that. Should not forget our lives. Old is old, old is old, life is life, whatever it is. You should know that. Should not forget life. Life continues like this. Dear friends, certainly time moves. Time moves without asking you and without asking somebody else. It doesn't ask anybody and it keeps on moving. That is value of time, and those who understand that fact, the time is with none. You have to stand with time. If you want to do something, you have to stand with time. Time never stands with you. Time does not wait for you. You have to stand with time or you lose time otherwise. This is just another identification of this, numbering of this, or you can say titles, various titles that I may discuss with you, either in long description or in small description. It depends on what time we have, what's left. I want to include all this. And I also understand that people don't like it because long videos people don't like. But remember, your liking is not an answer. Learning is no option. You have to learn according to length of knowledge. And yes, you need gap, you need some pause. So you can get that pause. That's not a big problem. I have no option. You have option to take pause. You can watch this video whenever you want, in full or in parts. That is your choice, not my choice. You can watch this 10 pieces, or you can watch one piece, one time. It's up to you. But my option is that I can't pause it. There is no such provision in video system of FB, Facebook. Life, I should not actually speak every day about this. I don't know why I feel sometimes that if I don't speak, I miss something. Because actually, everyone has life, and life is very important. And we are living for life, but life is not living for us. As I said, time. It's your property if you use it. And if you don't use it, it's not your property. I'm speaking about time in beginning of this video because, current time is COVID-19 time. Current time is downfall of economy time. Current time is exposure of all inefficient leaders of world. And current time is problems all public of world facing. These are facts of 2020. Problems are coming in this year, and I tell you, I promise that in this whole decade up to 2029, these problems will stay. There is nothing to say no. These shall stay there because we are responsible for all this. Yes, we guess that this is pandemic. It's not our responsibility. What are you saying? It's our responsibility as well. We want to enjoy life, every one of us wants to enjoy life. All 8 billion people wants to enjoy life. Poor or rich, middle or junior, all want to enjoy life. Well, there's nothing wrong in enjoying life. But what do you call enjoying life? You mean to say you should have every facility? You should have money, good money to enjoy life? Well, that's fine. You should have. You have every right to have money. Nothing objects to that. Money is your right and you enjoy that. That's a good one. COVID-19 does not care for your money. COVID-19 does not care for your comfort. It does not care for anything which you want to have but it doesn't want to give you. You have to understand that God never sends telegram, it never sends online message. God sends indicative messages or pictorial messages or messages which you yourself have to understand. COVID-19 of course is a disease, and politically you may say whatever you want to say, I don't care for that. But it's a message to humanity that you change yourself, and if you don't change yourself, don't worry, I am sitting here to care about my earth, and I know very well how to care about my earth. I don't need any advice from you, residents of earth. I know what I have to do. You may be comparatively biggest people in your world. You may be biggest people in your country. But for me, you are tiny, big. You are nothing if I consider into my scale. Earth is very small part of universe. You know it very well. It's not, very big part. And we boast about this only all time. We want to get economy uplift. We want to reach all planets from here. For what we do not know. We just want to reach there to see whether or not life exists there. I don't understand why we search for life here when we have not understood what life we have here. If life is only money, if life is only material, if life is only you want to live with comfort, it's your choice. It's not God's will. God's will is different. First of all, God has not given you forever life. God has given you limited time here on earth. Everybody is not going to live more than, 100, 120 years maximum. We are not going to live for 5,000 years or 10,000 years in one go. So it's clear message that this is an assignment for everybody to work for God, and your payment shall be made when you go back. Why don't we understand this small point? If we don't understand this small point, certainly we shall suffer. When we are on earth, we forget that we have to go back. Weakness of human being. We forget that we came here, that time we celebrate. We feel very, victorious, or we got son or daughter, and we got life, and they say, this is life. You have family, you have status, you have bungalow, you have money, you have that, this is life. Yes, this is your skill life, but this life you can't control. You have every facility, but you can't control that, unfortunately. Yes, you are paper owner of that. You use also that one. But for some years, everybody has to go. So when we have to go, well, I think we should stop at that point. Had life been 30,000 years for everybody, well, I would be different. No, or then I would also be waiting for that, and you can say that world would be entirely different. We imagine that there was life in Ramayana period or Mahabharata period or before that. It's all imagination, all ideas. Nobody knew that. Nobody has any evidence about that. And without evidence, we believe. Problem is that when you should understand evidence first, you start trusting something without evidence. This is a weakness of human being, irrespective of what religion you are. When you have nothing, but you start, yes, we have that, we believe that, and we have something, we do not respect that. You believe that is God, this is God, that is God, this is God, that is name of God, this is name of God. It's all belief. And what you have, you don't use that. You have nature, you don't want to use it. You don't have anything, you want to use that. Right? Maybe you trust Ram, you trust Krishna, you trust Shiva, Vishnu, Brahma, all, Jesus, whoever is, I want to say, whoever God you trust. There's nothing wrong in that, it's up to you. But those who are here with you, you damage those. You are staying on earth, first reliable source of everybody's earth. Do we respect it? There's a reliable source sun, do we respect it? There's a reliable source planetary system, do we respect that? We have to think this way. We have no power on them. We cannot construct even a single planet for us. And we do not respect them. We want to just use materials from these planets, and particularly from Earth, and divide it of its strength. We want to use it in name of economy, in name of development. Development of what we do not know. We say we are developing. Developing, how you are developing? We are stealing materials from Earth and abusing those materials. We are exploring everything from Earth, and we are saying we are developing Earth. I don't understand this, how developing Earth. I don't understand this meaning. By burning petroleum products, by burning something else, by burning coal, by burning whatever extract from Earth, if you say this is development, then this is your definition of development, not my definition of development. We have no contribution to Earth, we have no contribution to solar system, yet we are saying, oh God, give us this and give us. God has already given us. God has already given us in equal distribution, but we do not allow everybody to have its share. That's the problem. So, God always takes action, remember. God's actions are scheduled. It doesn't change its schedule very, very quickly, very rapidly. It goes on that. According to schedule, COVID-19 is also scheduled in. You may do whatever you want to do. You take your best, you do vaccines or whatever you can do, you do, no problem. It doesn't matter. It will do its job and you do your job. Because you are fearful society all over the world. Because you don't face this. You can't face it. because you don't have strength. We are all robbers of earth. We all people, all robbers of earth. Earth has lot of strength in this, wealth in this, which we do not know. We know only little, and we are looting that. Did we add something to earth? You ask question yourself. What did you add to earth? You inspired its air, its water, its everything. We are all responsible for that. All. Neither of us, none of us is very super, but we call ourselves super. We are super, you are super. I don't understand meaning of super. I don't understand. If killing each other is super, then congratulations to you. Those who call themselves superpower, they are superpower because they sell war equipments and earn money from others, and others fight together. That's why they need war equipment. Means keeping abreast all these circumstances we are living in. We cannot say that we are children of God. We cannot say that. You worship or don't worship someone. You pray or don't pray. Praying is no solution. Worship is no solution. Solution is your honesty. Your honesty. You worship all day. You keep fast. You keep whatever you want to do. This has got no relation to recognition of first yourself and then regard to that power which sent you to this planet. That power does not need any worship. That power does not need any prayer. The real prayer is you do job for that power. If you understand this point, you are intelligent, and if you cannot understand this point, you are having no brain at all. I should simply say, you may be very highly educated. Education is one part of life, but thinking capacity is another part of life. Analysis is another part of life. You should keep in mind that there is an end to life of everybody, and that's answer to every question. That's answer to every problem. End means end. You have to go. You cannot take with you anything. Even this body you have to leave here. Why are you boosting for something? Why? For what? Why do you want to kill each other? For what? This question is valid or invalid. You ask yourself. Yes, you have enemies. I don't understand meaning of enemies here. Why someone is your enemy? Why? As Gita says and Krishna says, you brought nothing from there and you will not take back nothing. That's right. It's a fact of life. Even Krishna had said or Krishna had not said, it doesn't matter. It's fact of life that you are a passenger. Passenger, you can say air traveler, planetary traveler. Only you have only one boarding pass to travel for certain period here. Then why you want to kill somebody else? What somebody else has taken from you, which you own that. You want to kill others? America want to kill someone else kill someone else. Means I have seen this in my life, and all those before me, people were there who killed humanity. Is humanity killing your job? Means it's not philosophical or it's not preaching something. I'm just asking a very, very common question. After all, why we are enemies to each other? We are only 8 billion people on earth, and earth can accommodate these very well. There is no problem if these are equally distributed. But no, this cannot. This is my land, this is your land. This is my area, this is your area. This is my country, this is your country. You cannot come to my country without my permission. Yes, you give me free, I come free. such, we have divided ourselves. Try to think on, did you come to this earth through your mother's womb with certain visa? And shall you go with certain visa? If you have no restriction by coming from there to this earth, why you want to impose restrictions on each other? Because of foolishness of humanity. When God constructed this earth, you think that God constructed that you be superpower? Or you be a poor country? No. This is what is called your work. This shall be rewarded to you, don't worry. Don't worry America, and don't worry Bharat, and don't worry others. You are not separate. We are all are one in theory and in practical, but because of individual weakness, because of human weakness, we have sectioned everything. We say section, I'm saying section because in engineering we use section here and section there, and see what you can see. So we have done 200 sections of this earth to be named countries with different names. So I think this is just, a time pass drama, because you have no other work. You divide yourself, fight yourself. Why you are selling me, I am selling you. Means whatever hard work people do, taxes they pay to governments, where is that money going to? That money is going to kill each other. Yes, that's a fact. Money which should give me better life, which should give me good life for humanity, which should help me contribute to this earth, I am using, you are using, everybody is using that money to kill each other. Means God must be thinking, I tried my best to produce best tools, but these tools are not performing what I thought for, or what I designed. This input was somewhere erroneous input. I used some erroneous input. So God must be investigating. This means by our bad actions, we are giving God additional work to do. Means we are shortening God's resting time. Right? So that's another crime we are doing towards nature. We believe too much in, darkness. Hey, today is eclipse, don't go there. Right? Hey, if you do not worship, you will get this, you will get that. If you worship, you will get this benefit. In these rituals, imaginary, fictitious rituals, we believe a lot. Hey, if you don't believe this religion, or you believe this religion, you shall be benefit, you will be this and that. No evidence of anything, no evidence, but we believe in. And when there is evidence, we do not accept that. I raise a question to everybody. Very, very common question, and which you have to think. I am not giving the answer to me. You think yourself. By chance, let us imagine, by chance, today God comes to someone. I am someone of 8 billion people. God stands there and you know it is God. God has identified, I am God. What you do? God is with you there. How shall you welcome God, and what do you expect God to give you? Can you think of that? Of course, it's not going to happen. But say it's happened. You always worship, all people worship. And God is there. Okay, my kid, what do you want, my child? What do you have to say? You won't even know what you have to say at that time, because your mind is concentrating on ficticism, and God is there in human form, not in your conceptual form. And you don't believe that is God. You say, you can't be God. How are you God? You are boasting. Yes, you would say that, until that God in your imaginary dress, your imaginary costumes. You would say that. This is the only reason that you are not real people. He sent real people, but these real people became personalized people, familiarized people. If I am on earth, I will think of my family. Oh, my family should get this. This is my aim. I should get this and do this. We do this way. We never think that. We never think why God sent me here. Just to make family, or just to live for sake of living, eat for sake of eating, or to do something for God. You have very small life, that is, you can say 100 years maximum, 120 years, someone 60 years, someone 50 years, unexpected duration of life. Those who study well, they do higher studies. Two means after schooling, going to universities, like I got a professional degree. Same way, millions of people do that. What was purpose? What is purpose of that? Purpose of education is to render your services for development of this planet. Is that or no? What do you think? Purpose of education is to transform this education into money or to develop something for humanity. In wherever you're staying, you have to help people, help earth, improve or destruct this. So far, our contribution has been to destruct earth, to break earth from each and every point of view. I am talking this because this is also a part of civil engineering. Yes, civil engineering. It is civil engineer who constructs foundations of nuclear reactors which are going to produce nickel bombs. This means we also extend our cooperation for destruction of humanity and destruction of earth. You remember one thing, you have limited capacity as human. You may be scientist, you may be doctor, you may be engineer, or whatever high qualification you have. But remember, you have limited power, not full power. Your power has been not that much that can take you to center point of earth, that can take you to sun or to ultimate skyline. You don't have that power till now, and you shall have never you shall have it. I am not discouraging anybody, and I don't want to, but I am only saying, because we cannot produce anything in universe permanently, therefore we don't have right to damage anything. Life is not difficult if it is lived simply. Life never difficult. Difficulty is you cannot remain off yourself. You forget that there is a God in everybody. You forget there is a soul in everybody. Whose soul it is, forget that. There is no name to God. In fact, there is no name to God. That is a fact. Name is given by you, by me, by humanity. Your imagination, your speculation, you give that, you appoint that. Why should God have name? God name is God. That's it. You convert that into your choice. Jesus, Allah, whatever. Shiva, Vishnu, Brahma, whatever. Can do that. This is our dreams. Never it is true. In fact, all these are powers. These are powers and not names like you have given. I should simply say, this is a weakness of human body. If you think God uses these names. Yes, God does not care about this. You give any name, just like you give name to your kids, it's your charter, you can give names. Because when God produces you as an entity, you have certain rights. But God doesn't produce you just to think in name of this God, that one, and fight. Fighting limit doesn't give you anything, remember. This is my God, this is your building of God, this is my building of God. There is no building of God. It is your building, not God's building. You think it's God's building, but God doesn't say that. You think God needs that building. God doesn't need any building. Not at all. Whole sky is God's building. Whole universe is God's building. Can you make universe? I will accept every religion if every religion responsible person makes a drop of water for me, makes another earth for me. Can you make earth for me? Can you make a planet for us? No, you cannot do anything. And why do you say something which is not yours? Why don't you simply believe there is some power? Why do you want to always fight? No, this is this and that is this and this is that and that is this. In name of God, you spend your whole energy and then you see you got nothing in life. And there are some crooked people in name of God, in procedures of this worship and that worship, they just want to make money from innocent people. You bloody fools, you go to field and work in hard work, do not expect money free of anything in name of worship, in name of this and this. You robbers of humanity, all these bishops and all these pundits and Brahmins and all whosoever in the religion, they just loot people for nothing. This is against God. You are cheating yourself. You are cheating public of God. You are cheating God's kingdom. So simple. God is in everybody, remember. You believe it or you don't believe it. God resides in everybody's mind, everybody's heart and soul. God is everywhere. Not only in human, but also in other creatures. God is there. I am not saying this. This is 100% evident. God is everywhere. So when God is in you, why you go to some place to see God is there? Did you see God somewhere? You see, we always offer something to God. Milk, this, that. Tell me one thing. Tell me evidence. Give me evidence. When did God come down and eat that? It's only belief. We trust this. Yes, because we offered and God accepted. Yes, I don't mind because ultimately you are eating that. That's why I don't say anything against it, because again it goes back to you. So someone is eating that. So if God is inside you, you can say God is eating that. See, I am an engineer and it's my duty to analyze. And those engineers who don't analyze means they are not doing their job. It's duty of every engineer to analyze each and every life activity, what they do. If they think, no, this is worthless, this is meaningless, then they should condemn it until it's faith or something which I don't want to force, because it's your personality. Yet I say, fact should be known. Life is not, life is not myth, life is life. They themselves say mythology and then believe it. Really it is very, very, ridiculous. You call mythology and then you say this is factuology. How can it be? Mythology cannot be certainty, impossible. Either you say certainty, don't say mythology, or you say this is historical fact. If it's not historical fact, then how can you say this is history? If it's not, factual, how you can say this is factual when it's myth? Means contractual, I should not say contrary to whatever exists. And despite knowing that this is not correct, we say this is correct. I again say, mind is very, very powerful tool. Mind is very powerful too. And this mind is only with human, not with all. Everybody, even creatures have mind, but they have limited mind. Unlimited mind is owned by a human being. And it's also unfortunate if you combine 8 billion minds together, what power it should have, but it's not done. People don't want to use mind because using mind is first of all problematic, and it doesn't means it disturbs your sleep as well as it brings tension to you. You say in your words tension or stress. That's why you want to drink, enjoy life in name of that. I should not say that's wrong, but when you are educated enough that you have a duty to use your mind, you have to use that. And that's also a part of engineering education, I can say. You know how many hours you study a day in engineering, then you work how many hours a day. There is no defined, there is no terminal of hours. It's up to you. Yes, there may be working hours. That's not for you. That's for those who work physically, or they work hard. You work mentally, and when somebody works mentally, you cannot say there's a time limit on that, because mind is not in your control. Mind works even if you sleep. Mind works. Even just like body respires. This respiration system, respiratory system, never stops. This never stops. You stop. Respiration system does not stop, your blood system does not stop, your digestion does not stop, your mental work, in fact your body does not stop. Your body keeps on working in each and every organ, round clock, 24/7. It never stops. It teaches you something if you want to learn. It teaches everybody that don't stop. Rest but don't stop. Pause but don't stop. That's what life is. That's what life is, Fact is that's life. When we have used this word engineer, why did we use this word? After all, what was necessity of this? Why should we use this engineer word? This is also a relative word. This is not basic word. Engineer word or doctor word or whatever titles you have. These are all relative. Nothing is basic. And if you want to see basic of this, really I'm not doing that. Not doing that. Basic meaning of engineer is you are a genius, and genius means you cannot keep silent, you cannot keep without thinking. You have to think and think and think. And not only in your field, every field. Just like we go to buy something. Do you buy blindly? Yes, if you know something that you buy blindly, but if you want to go something specific, you cannot buy it just without thinking, without questioning, or without making sure that this is what you are looking for. And you buy by mistake, then you will return it also. This was not that one. So my dear human beings, my dear human friends, because I'm saying human friends, even the other creatures are also your friend. So if you are particularly engineer, I'm not talking of others, because though I'm engineer, it doesn't mean I should talk of engineer only, but engineer is something different. Should be. But we have forgot that principle, that engineer is different. Engineer is different because, engineer changes everything. Actually, change means engineer. Think means engineer. If somebody asks me define engineer, my very elementary definition is, very preliminary first principle definition is, engineer means thinker, engineer means changer, and engineer means deliverer. Engineers cannot sleep without delivery. Remember, in every branch of engineering, if you cannot deliver, you are waste, you are a scrap. You deliver, it may be right or it may be wrong, something, but you worked on that. That's your thinking may be right, may be wrong, your formula may be right, may be wrong, but you think something, you thought something, that's why you are engineer. Others are followers. Others are followers, not engineers. Engineers are social leaders. Engineers are work leaders. Engineers are direction leaders. Engineers are solution leaders. Engineers are, activity leaders. Engineers are, you can say, killing leaders also. Killing leaders. And engineers are those who make this world dirty as well as clean, both. You see, when you start thinking on something and you are lucky to think continuously, do not drop in between or on way, then you can reach to unexpected heights. Then you forget what degree you have. You reach to a point where you generate something which you yourself did not know, and you get that unexpected answer. That is what engineering is about. I'm not talking about sciences, because sciences do have restrictions, but engineering has no restriction. There is no restriction in engineering. If you can think and devise, you can generate that. That is engineering. Engineering is a combination of science and mathematics, science and many other fields, because science is also not fully reliable if there is no material. Science relates to materials, and materials relate to production of something. Means if you completely go into depth of what engineering is, you may not even understand what is engineering. Because in your mind, engineering only what you see and not what you don't see. When civil engineer learns something in beginning, civil engineer doesn't know what actually is that. Civil engineering is taught in an imaginatory world, imagination world. It's a point. Yes, it's a point. But what that point means, we start learning from is what's point. Thus, that is a point. That point is the start of engineering, though it cannot be measured, it can be located. And that point makes every point. That points make every point. You may stay at that point, or you may continue that point. You may replicate that point, and when you can replicate, or you say mutate that point, nowadays we should say mutation, and because of COVID-19, that's telling you I mutate, so we should say mutate that point so that it becomes a line. Line is a continuation of points, and point itself is a structure of atoms. When I say point, yes, it is something active. Let us say it's atomic point, it's a nuclear point. That point is actually origin of everything. It may be planetary, or it may be spatial. It is imaginary, but it is real. Engineering starts from imagination and it goes to shaping physically, which we call delivery. So it starts with an imagination and goes to delivery of factual life, delivery of physical items, physical entities, using materials. But it doesn't start from materials, it starts from unknown. Definition of engineering therefore can be unknown to known. Starting from unknown, going to known, that can be called engineering. Science is different. Science is not what I am saying. Science and engineering are different. Because in science, you don't even know point, where is point. Science is observation of nature, while engineering is use of nature. This is the difference. Science only observes how nature is working, understand, and that's understanding is science. Once you say, I don't know how this nature is working, and you don't know, and that's therefore, you say there is something, and we call that knowledge. But once you understand how that operates, it becomes a part of formula of science, and that is further converted to management of physical work, that's called engineering. Organizing into something useful, that's called engineering or applied sciences. So there are so many ways you can define something. You can define unknown to known, or point to space, physical, imaginary to practical, imaginary to production. You can say that. When I say imaginary, it is reality actually. Imaginary doesn't mean hypothetical, no. Imaginary means something can be imaginary only when there is image, right? You say there is an image, there is a pictorial scene, and that's imagination. And that imagination cannot be without existence. There is something that's reflecting to me. That's why I get imagination. Otherwise, I have no power to even imagine. Someone is there to help me. Someone must be there. And that is my power of God. When I work, I understand it's not myself, it's God. When I do something, it's not myself, it's God. When I do whatever, even if I'm talking to you now, it's not myself, it's God. That contemplation we should have. We cannot get any credit. I cannot get any credit to myself because I am not doing anything. This body beloved by God. This energy is given by God. This environment is given by God. And whatever voice is coming in, that's from energy of God. God is working through me. I am appliance of God. I am not individual entity. So we call individual, but no one is individual because you are somewhere connected to God, where you use that power or you don't use that power. God is at your step, at your door, and just like water supply pipe is there and big coffee is there, you open this, you get water, you don't get water. It's your choice. But God is sitting there for your service. So God is so great that it sits at your home also. But you don't realize that God is there in you. If you believe, if you have trust, I don't even say believe, it's my wrong word. If you confirm in you that you have energy, if you confirm that you are living being, then you confirm that there is God. God can be confirmed like this. God is not a figure, it's not a shape, it's your imagination only. That you want to see God through that shape, that's your problem, not God's problem. God is nature, is physical being. Don't you understand that? If you can make nature, I should say nature is not God. But you cannot make nature. Millions of years and crores of years have gone. Nobody has done anything. Not even a simple earth, another earth has been created by human being. This means human cannot do anything, right? Human can only use what's available. Human has no capacity. This means this nature is available. What is this nature? This nature is engineering. This nature is engineering, real engineering. Civil engineer has to understand this point. There is no civil engineering in fact. There is no civil engineering. I am sure it is this engineering only. If civil engineer understands this small point, that this I am talking is civil engineering, nature is working, it's civil engineering, think of how. That is where you have to think. Yes, your formal syllabus is different, that is there. That is not from somewhere else, that's only from nature. There must be some time in past when mathematics was generated by God. There must be some time in past when many, negative and positive and all eras might be there. Why don't you do that? Why you think of Treta Yuga or Kal Yuga or this Yuga? It's imaginary. There is no Treta Yuga, there is no Dwapar Yuga, there is no Satya, nothing. It's all fake, imaginary. All fake. Only fact is nature, works of God. Nature is work of God. That is fact. There is no different time. Only one sun is still there, as it said it was in Ramayana time or Mahabharata time or in that time or that time. Same is working here. So this is nature. This is engineering. This is engineering operation, not project now. This nature is operating. As I say, project one side and operation other side. Project stop in one point, but operation starts at that point where project stops, and operation continues forever. Project is limited, it stops at that point. We can understand this if we like, but point of view of those students who join engineering is different. Their point of view is not service to humanity or service to God or service to universe, but to serve self. I had also same ambition that I may get some job and good economy. Everybody had that, nothing more. But there was some difference. In my time and time before mine, people had some ambitions. They were not just trying to get money only. Yes, money was always a criteria. Money is now absolute criteria, unfortunately. Those in whatever profession they educate, they get education. In whatever profession, 80-90% aim is that they should get money, package, and when package becomes a destiny, package becomes a target, that remember, package also makes you package. Don't forget that. If you believe in package, then you should also be a package, and that's what's happening nowadays. My package is 36 lakhs, my package is 50 lakhs, my package is 1 crore and 2 crore. Always you see this news. They are also packed for what, don't remember. They don't have individual time to think even. So what for their packages? You you wanted to serve God, you wanted to serve earth, you wanted to serve humanity, but you have left all that and you have been converted to money making machine. That's change. It's called change. Because package is your God, not real God. You did not consider that this package is only temporary. But because it's happening, nobody can do anything. Only COVID-19 like powers can teach you, can change you. And COVID-19 has established it. We 8 billion people cannot encounter COVID. COVID is doing its job. I should say, to this extent, COVID is welcome. Believe me. To this extent that it can change everything, COVID is most welcome. Otherwise, COVID is causing problem. I think people deserve that. Because you are sinners. Every one of us is sinners. I also include myself. Because we damaged earth, we damaged nature, we damaged agriculture, we damaged greenery, we damaged sea, we damaged rivers, we damaged everything that was very, very, good force produced in a tidy formation by Almighty. We have forgot that. If you have forgot that, we can't find exchange of that positively. Whatever we saw, we are reaping. There is no fault of someone, but everyone. Even I did not do that, but it's also my fault because I did not stop that criminal who damaged all this. I should have stopped that one, but no, not at all. COVID-19 is a director of world war. You may innovate vaccine or may not. It doesn't mean anything to me because when power of God works, human power is very small in comparison to that. Just like you cannot fight with nature, you cannot fight with COVID also, because COVID is nature, I should say. It's natural force working around. Through what it came, how it came, that is different issue. But point is, it came and it's still coming. It's not stopping. You are changing your mind, not COVID. Till now, people do not know what is COVID. All people of the world, including scientists and everybody. There is no confirmation what is COVID, how it works in its entirety. Can we do something against it? Forget doing against it, because you do not know what it is. When you do not know someone, how can you act against that? Your enemy must be known to attack your enemy, but your enemy is in your home, is in your everywhere. You do not know that enemy. This is invisible enemy. Our eyes, physical eyes cannot view it, but our psychological eyes, our mental eyes, our spiritual eyes can view this. But how many of we people are like that? We believe in what we say, oh, I have seen this, that's fine. Or I feel this, that's fine. Otherwise you don't know anything. Here's the point. Why I am defining this? I am a civil engineer. I have nothing to do with this type of talk. But I am a human being. And being civil engineer, I have to concentrate on everything. Because civil engineer because civil engineer is a different entity. I think everybody is civil engineers. Everybody. Everybody uses every product. Everybody knows what is civil engineering. But when you have something, you do not respect that. When you have something, you do not respect that. And you don't have anything, you respect that. Civil engineering is such a subject, such a field, that people know how construction is ongoing. Ultimately, construction is civil engineering, in fact. Just like, ultimate objective of civil engineering is to produce whatever is designed for. And that production, that construction, that project, whatever it is, should be used by people, and they use successfully. It may be road, building, bridge, other buildings, airport, railway line, or environment engineering, or whatever. Whatever, you have to use it. It's far more important than other parts, other usable items of life. Therefore, civil engineer is public engineer, and it has to think of public. Civil engineer is such a field where small fund doesn't work. Where small fund does not work, big fund is required, large sums are required for projects. Civil engineer, therefore, has highest responsibility to change world, improve social levels. Civil engineer should be a best psychologist also, because we deal with human force. We deal with those people who are not very high echelon in society. We deal with those people who actually have to learn a lot. We deal with those people who work in material fields, who work in mining, who work in gangs of workers. We deal with those people who have no formal education. Informal experience knowledge they have regarding work, that is informal knowledge, but they don't have any academical background. We work with such people. You can say we work with such people who cannot think more than what they are instructed to do. Or they may know because of their family backgrounds something which we respect. If they know something, we should upgrade that. We should not say, hey, why you are doing this? No, we should not do that. If we think this is useful, and it happens. If I find someone is doing something which I did not expect that person to know, in that case, if I find that that person's knowledge of by virtue of practice is good one for development, I should replace that person into that type of job. In fact, we depend upon such people. Every civil engineer depends upon such people. We may say we are not directly with them. You may not be directly with them, but work is with them and you are with work. Whatever work they do, you use that work. You say this we did, though you did not do anything except instructions. That people involved their blood, their sweat, and they produce that. Forget what's paid. Payment is different. Here civil engineer works, and that's what I'm talking. When I say all this, I say because of program, because of organization, because of management. Yesterday I recorded live some project management. Project management is, you can say, a small talk of about 1 hour. I had written that document in 2011 based on my experience. And that is a comprehensive document, not very voluminous, but pointed one, bulleted one. That URL where I put this, I have written in today's text of this video. There are many such URLs there. Also, this is added, and I will add all URLs where I put the screen share. This is a screen share, and screen share means where this is a video where I'm just giving certain documents reference and explaining about that. That's called screen share, and I'm not seen in that because it's only document. So that you can consider as an attachment to this talk, because there's no provision till now that I start live, and while doing live I can also show you document. That provision still is not available in Facebook or YouTube. So take it that way. In that I express about management of works, management of projects, organization of projects, all parties involved in that, on contract as well as others, what they should do, what they should not do, particularly employers and also contractors, and supports like engineers, like contractors people, and all that, what they should do, how others are interlinked among this management, among this organization. This is about that. I cannot repeat all that. You can yourself see that. And so I will add such documents also in coming time which are useful to you, just like soil report. I have to add in that long document, and also many more documents and some drawings as well, which I use in my career. Those should be known to people. What sort of drawings, what classes of drawings, at least even for smallest building, we use in our field. Engineering has been, a curtailed profession. It has been tried to be concealed or hidden away from public. Means complete activities, all activities, thorough activities that we use in engineering are not known to public, and that's where I feel that there's a deficiency. So what a doctor does, everybody knows. What an advocate does, everybody knows. And what other professionals do, what shop does, what factory people do, public generally know about that. But what an engineer does, because engineer's job is not limited to shop, it's limited to project, and project is always very big. Everybody cannot go to that location because of so many restrictions due to security or due to safety or due to some other reason. Everybody is not allowed to go to those locations, and that's not wrong, but this results in that public is kept off from that information. What public can see is very small, and what they cannot see is actually very big. So there is a restriction in civil engineering that civil engineering is not seen, not shown to public. Its product is shown at time of inauguration of that. So that is, you can say, a limit, a qualification we should understand. But it is duty of every engineer, civil engineer, to let this information about how we work must reach to public. Public knows that there is a civil engineer, but they know from various different angles. They do not know from positive angles, they are to know from negative angles. Negative angles means there are some engineers in government or elsewhere who do not value safety and quality. There are people who do not value, or there may be some other reasons, various other reasons are there which work for bad quality, bad performance. So what happens if you do 99 good work and you do one bad work? That bad works become a topic, point of attraction, while good works are kept off shelf. Because of this one dirty element, all are considered dirty elements. This happens. No problem for that, because we are unorganized people, and this happens not only here, everywhere. That page which I said I included, it's your choice if you want to see that. Read that, it's completely readable, because I have taken time in that to speak full text, so it stays there, and you can either listen to my voice or you can read yourself. It's a comprehensive document, very comprehensive, and I will just tell you name of that if you wish. Name of that document is, I can say here, just a minute please, let me see, because what's the name of that document. I'll go back to that and show you. This is, I can say, oh my god, come on, yeah, why are you wasting my time? Yes, it is this video, which is civil field engineering plus works management 181 plus soil world plus FIDIC Silver 2017, total quality, and this is 9th August 2020. And this is, there are various attachments, you can say. One is regarding thermal and electrical resistivity, Monolite 1, and one is regarding soil clay, and also one is regarding, introduction to properties and utilization, and also it is microstructural analysis and magnetic characteristics of native magnetically modified monocrystalline. Well, this is also then. Another one is soil. This is monocrystalline differential thermal curves, which I had discussed with you 2 days back and also yesterday, I think. And also this is Google Earth Soil plus project with all structural elements and its management. This is that one, and also management practicalities. That's August 8. Screen share building project engineering comprehensive management practice. So it's in that. This is Well, you can see that yourself. I'm not going to explain anything on that now because it shall be waste of time if I do. I don't want to waste your time, my time. This is my process for current dissemination because there is no directory available on Facebook. My part is that I record this document separately and not very long until it's very long. For example, this soil document will be very long, and if I also give you contracts that's FedEx, that document shall also be very long, though I should not give that, but it's better if I share with you, and there shall be many more documents possibly. Say design document which I did for one building, that may I'll try if I can give you through AutoCAD on Facebook. I'm not sure, but I will try. And also there are many more documents that I like to share with you for dissemination of information of designs and planning and management, or you can say virtual work, I say real work. This I like to add with you because in engineering actually organization is very important. When we say organization, this word is not understood very well actually. Organization means every part of your body. Just we say my body, your body, how many parts this body has, how many organs we have, combination of all those in one circuit, integrated circuits, that's called organization. It's not simply the name someone and allotting your position, your job description and this organization. That's the only your proposition, but what job requires, that's important. Organization means what is job's necessity, that we have to understand. We have to think, analyze and understand what analysis is coming on. Means is it worth or it's deficient. That criteria we have to see. We have to make sure that this organization part is required or it's not required. It's not simply hierarchy of tree of organization, but it's something different that it should work. So as far as organization or management is concerned, it's unlimited and this depends on your prospects and your understanding of project. Civil engineering is completely different and we have to understand it again and again and again. Once you read something, don't think that's final reading. Because you are not reading from grammatical or from some story viewpoint, you read from application viewpoint, application of knowledge, application of sciences. We have to apply that, and applying means expenditure. Applying means something you cannot run away from that responsibility, and that is application of works, application of knowledge, application of engineering formula, application of engineering theories. All applications means work on site. Work on site means final or you can say end of process of complete engineering. Because after work is done, there is no way out. Work is done means done. That is understanding. You cannot do anything to that after work is done. So up to work is done or work is started on site, responsibility goes to those who are involved from point stage to start of work, and after that it changes and goes to hands off. Those who work in open or in fields, not in workshops. That workshop that is called site is very important location for details of those projects which site is doing. There you say all your designs are open, or your specifications are open, your other information is open, every act is open there. You can do whatever you want to do, depending on your capacity, depending on capacity of your people, and depending on what project demands. If we cannot understand this point, then site engineering is nothing, it's just the rubbish work. And if you link it to everything, then it's like worship, You are worshipping what you are using. Don't forget, you are using God's property here. You are using natural materials while you work on site. You use water, cement, aggregate, and whatever else you use. All come from God's blessings, all come from inside lithosphere. Means nothing you add to yourself except that you use direct material or processed material whatever you can say. We have to deliver factual items. We have to deliver not just theories. You are responsible for application, means you have to apply theory also. When I say this, you should know something is different. Don't go by books. Don't go by books only. There's a saying that some activity or some work, if engineer can think twice, two methods how to do that. Simultaneously, if you ask same thing, a contractor may think 5 or 10. It's not necessary what you are thinking is final, and what your site guy is thinking is final. When we say that we have to decide what method statement we apply on this, it's very difficult as well as easy. You have to decide best method to do something which consumes the least energy and time and gives you better product. That's where caliber and capacity of engineering is ensured. We cannot say it happened in fast, that's why we did. That is not a requirement of engineering. Engineering does not say that. Sorry. In construction engineering, everything is nailed. Even if you do a column which you did last time, it's also nailed. There are so many reasons for that to define why it is nailed. Though design may be same, but work is nailed, activity is nailed. You may say, what you are talking of? Yes, I am talking of sensibly. When I say new, first of all, yes, shuttering is same, probably, formwork is same, but concrete that is coming is not same. Design of concrete is same, but aggregate mix is not same. Batch number of aggregate or dust is not same, and whatever admixture has been added may not be same, and weather conditions are not same. Temperature, air temperature is not same. Moisture content here are not same. So there is a variation. In every mix of concrete there is a variation. One mix, what text in that is, what contents in that is. Contents are okay. Means defined contents are fine, but contacts, each defined contact addresses cannot be Same. Therefore, for me, engineering is something else, completely else. I do not consider again and again same work is same. No. There may be additional impurities in somewhere which come into our mix. There may be some chemical composition of steel is different. Something may be somewhere. So everything is made. I'm not boasting about something. I'm just trying to advise all, and particularly those, because I know public cannot remember all this. They may not even understand what I'm talking of. My explanation is now generally aimed to those who work for people. Who work for people. My understanding to you is that. Now it's 4:45. Let me do a little job and come back for my crows every day, because I don't keep them at 3 o'clock due to rain expectation, and it may get spoiled. So just a minute, I'll be back in 1 minute. I was talking about soil yesterday, and soil, which I think is very, again I say, it's very important material. I was exploring methods. Soil, that is mitti in for general people, but it's not mitti for me. It's different one. We discussed yesterday about some site investigations, and we were talking of this. And we were talking of this, and we reached to some place, some location of book, and I'm just referring some book which I studied long back. I'm just giving very elementary now, and this book is we have talked of about where we should keep, how many boreholes we should use, in all depth we should use. These are all very elementary, means ultimately it's experience that would decide, not your book or something. Just but for reference I'm just giving you. Now groundwater level is very important part in our designs. It says location of groundwater table is essential for deep excavations, waterlogged, you can say, sites, waterlogged sites, and foundation works. Waterlogged sites, and you can say foundation works. Waterlogged sites and foundation works says that wells in near vicinity of site and boreholes should be used for recording water tables. Chemical analysis of water is recommended where soil or water contains constituents which cause corrosion and damage to foundation and other buried materials. Various methods now also various methods of site explorations are classified as given. Is open test pit or borings like tube boring, auger boring, wash boring, percussion boring, diamond drilling, rotary drilling. In geophysical methods, then subsurface soundings. Let's just giving outline of this. What is open test pit? Open test pit is, this is a small figure, very small figure, I'll show you. Test pits and trenches can be used for investigating all types of soils. Rectangular or square pit is excavated at site and disturbed or undisturbed samples of soil are collected at different levels. Soils can be visually inspected in their natural conditions. Cost of open pit excavation increases rapidly with depth. This method is, however, only suitable up to a depth of 3 meters. For greater depths, over 5 meters and below groundwater table, lateral support for soil and lowering of groundwater table, lateral support for soil and lowering of groundwater becomes essential. This type of investigation is not at all suitable for areas where rock or builders are encountered after some excavations. Spacing of test pits is governed by time and fund available for investigation. Variation in types of soils and nature of building preferably one test pit should be excavated for 10 into 10 meters area, which is 100 square meter. But in no case area should be more than 15 meters by 15 meters for investigation of building. It's up to 225 square meter. It says, I'm not saying, it says that 1 feet is enough. What is that pit? I'll show you a pit here, very simple. Trench, ground level shown as 0, clay is shown as 0.4 meter, sandy clay is shown from 0.4 meters or 0.4 meters to 1 meter, coarse sand is shown from 1 meter to 1.3 meter, and soft sand with gravel is shown from 1.3 meters to 3 meters. And this is typical cross section of test pit. So let us see. This is a small, very elementary sketch, nothing to do with professional engineering law. It's just a very, very common, very, you can say, elementary sketch. This is that. You understand well? It's written clearly what I said. I think it's handwritten properly. So it's okay, fine, no problem. And you can learn it. Okay, now go further. Now tube borings. Sorry gentlemen, I'm lazy. My problem is I get up early morning, that's my problem. And my sleep is never sound. This is another problem. Says tube borings, a tube of about 2 meter length and 20 centimeter diameter with a cutting edge and a flat valve in bottom, and is employed to extract soil samples. This tube is raised and lowered by a thick rope moving over which is suspended on a tripod stand. It's dropped to fall under gravity inside a metallic casing pipe, which is fixed in position earlier. Casting pipe is driven as depth of excavation proceeds. Water is poured inside casing to make soil in form of paste. Thick slurry formed at bottom enters tube, and in carried up as tube is raised by pulling rope. This type of investigation gives only a rough idea of soil encounter. As soil coming out is in mixed state, hence this is suitable for only small projects. Now, what are benefits of advantages? It's simple and economical when excessive caving does not occur. Major changes in soil character can be detected by means of penetration resistance of sampler. In contrast to this disturbance caused by other boring methods, there is no mixing of soil layers or segregation of soil constituents. Disadvantages: caving of boreholes in soft or poisonous soil due to partial vacuum created during withdrawal of sampler, as holes are generally not stabilized. Fairly continuous sampling is necessary in stiff and dense soil, either to protect sampler from damage or to avoid objectionably heavy construction. Disturbance between sampler is due to forcing of soil, but disturbance seldom extends to a depth of 3 times outside diameter of sampler. Not very accurate in depth determination where changes in soil character takes place. Auger boring. Auger boring, most primitive method for making a hole in ground is use of an auger, AUGER. Generally, augers are employed in cohesive and other soft soils above water table. Although hand auger can be used for drilling holes up to a depth of 30 meters, but commonly they are not used beyond depth of 5 meters. Portable power driven helical augers are available in diameters ranging from 7.5 centimeters to 30 centimeters. These are in common use for drilling deeper holes in soils, having sufficient cohesion to prevent caving as material is removed. If walls of hole is not strong enough to stand unsupported, soil may be prevented from caving by means of casing. Casing is driven for a short depth into ground and cleaned by means of auger. Casing is seldom used with hand operated augers, and this use is also inconvenient with power operated augers. Thus, auger borings are not very common in soils that requires lateral support. 2 types of hand operated augers are shown in figure. Samples obtained from soil brought up by augers are completely disturbed and can be used only for identification. Auger borings are fairly satisfactory for highways, railroad and airport explorations at shallow depths. Let me show you this figure, very simple figure. Maybe you know that, but for reminding, for refreshing, I'm showing this. And these are these augers, these are augers here. This is that. So it's for you. See, it's all right. Now we are going further for its advantages and disadvantages. It's very elementary still. I'm just giving you for so that you touch and keep in touch with it. Not with university. You should not forget that. Though it may not be practically useful, but it's better to know. It's simple, light, inexpensive, and flexible equipment. A small diameter to large diameter holes can be made. It's very efficient in medium soft, still stiff cohesive soils and in moist cohesionless soils with some apparent cohesion. Soil removed by auger, though considerably disturbed, generally suitable for positive identification, which which wash boring percussion rotary drill does not offer. Soil profile and depths at which undisturbed samples should be taken can be determined with greater accuracy by this method than other boring methods. Determination of free group water level is facilitated. Disadvantages: it's not well suited in very hard or cemented soils, very soft soils, and fully saturated poisonous soils. Now it's wash boring. Wash boring. This is most common method for making deeper holes. Hole is started by driving a piece of casting to a depth of 1.5 to 3 meters. Piece of casting. After this 1.5 to 3 meters, casing is then cleaned out by means of a chopping bit fixed to lower end of a wash pipe of diameter 2.5 centimeter approximately, which is inserted inside casing. Water is forced down with pressure through wash pipe and comes out at high velocity through small openings in bit. It forms slurry with soil and rises up through small opening in bit. It forms slurry with soil and rises up through annular space between casing and wash pipe. Soil water slurry overflows at top of casing through a T connection into a tube from which it is again pumped after soil particles have settled down in duct through a hose pipe into wash pipe. Connection of water hose and wash pipe is provided with a swivel joint so that wash pipe and chopping bit can be twisted when they are raised and dropped on soil at bottom of hole, and cutting off soil is facilitated by it. Additional casing is driven to extend wash pipe as hole advances. For ordinary exploratory borings, size of casing is commonly 6 cm in diameter, but holes of larger diameter can be made if required. Suitable blades are used for driving casing. A derrick is used for driving casing and handling weight. Sample assembly of equipment is shown, and let us see what is that. There are various parts in that. Let me first name these parts. There are 11 parts. Part number 1, derrick with 4 legs of pipe. Number 2 is rope. Number 3 is swivel, and number 4 is T connection, you can say T. replaced by driving head with driving head while driving this first. 5. Wait for driving drill rods. 5 is wait for driving drill rod. 6 is tub. 6 is tub. 7 is suction hose. Suction hose, and 8 is pump. 9 is casing, and 10 is wash pipe. Drill rod. 11 is chopping bit, replaced by sampling spoon during sampling operation. Now I'll show you this sketch just for 5 seconds. You can then understand what we are talking about. It's this one. You can see this is sketch. And these are notations. 1 to 11. Down is 11, then 9 is there, 10, and this inclined member is number 1. I think then there are other members as well. Now, soil water slurry gives only a rough indication about nature of soil in various strata. Soil samples can be obtained by attaching a sampler spoon to lower end of wash pipe instead of entire piece of cutting edge. These spoons consist of pipes about 0.3 to 0.6 meters in length and are split into 2 pieces. Samplers are also available for obtaining undisturbed soil samples for laboratory tests. For routine laboratory test, about 10 kg of soil is required. Samples are suitably preserved and serially numbered before sending them to laboratory. A complete record of borings is maintained in form of a chart indicating soil characteristics in various strata. This chart is known as log of borehole. Log of borehole. One such typical log of borehole is shown here. Log of test pit or auger hole. Now there is feature which is in dam site or whatever, leave that, then is given Tejpur site. The sample from there. This is hole number NLTP 16. Well, just for reference, area designation is powerhouse, method of excavation, etc. And there's a titles, classification symbol, and there's a letter in that and a graphics in that. Both are there. It's very old design time when there was no computers. That's why it looks different. So there are letters like SM, GP, ML, CL, GP, and then there are graphics which indicate this hatches, you can say hatches, just like we see in AutoCAD, hatchet. It's like hatching. Then depth in feet is given, no problem. We can see feet of meter doesn't make a difference, and it's up to, this is giving up to 22.5 and more feet. Yeah, very normal it is, and it's giving that in the silty sand, and there is then poorly graded, and also something, amount of organic material, and also there is, various types of like lean clay, like you can say it's giving, I cannot read actually, angular pieces, then it is this is many calcium carbonate etc there, then the lean clay, and then this is like say glacier debris, then this is Valentine granite, well, like that is given, and then penetration number of blows, which is not given here, and resistance per foot. It's very ordinary but factual one. I'll show you this one. This one, we have another report, practical report, which I'll show you later on, where there's full of this borehole logs. This is old one. I show you how we used to do in past actually. This is that one. This is that borehole record for your information. My God, it's difficult here. You can see that. Just for information. I'm not going to tell its contents. These have nothing to do with this report, this talk. Any content can be there. I'll show you factual reports later on. Now it's giving the benefits of plus points or advantages in that. It can be used in borings of both small and large diameter. It can be used in most common soils. Most common soils, you can say. Well, I started at 3:30. Why it's not showing 2 hours after? What's the problem there? Something wrong somewhere. Maybe I started late, I think, is it? 3:30 across 3:32 it was. It's already 5:12. It should be 5:17, 3:17, or it should be 2 hours something. Yes, I think I started late. It should be 5:12 and 5:17. So 5:17 is 2 hours. So it's okay, let's see, no problem. How can be wrong? Can't be wrong, see. I was talking of something on this timings of time notation coming on this video. I thought something wrong. It can be used in borings of both small and big, small and large diameter. It can be used in most common soils not containing numerous stones or boulders. It can be used in most common soils not containing numerous stones or boulders. Equipment is inexpensive and light. It does not obstruct groundwater. Observations as it does not cause sealing of bottom of hole. And disadvantages: it determines changes in character of soil property and by feel of tiller and partly by cuttings. Careful handling of bit and controlling of water that are required to prevent disturbance below bottom of hole and excessive erosion respectively. Careful cleaning of bottom of hole is required to prevent coarse and segregated material collected at bottom. entering sampler. Rate of progress is relatively slow, except in very soft soil and fine to medium grain cohesion less soils. It's not suitable for boring in hard and cemented soils. It should not be used when undisturbed samples are desired and above groundwater level. Now percussion drilling. Percussion drilling. If drill hole has to advance through very hard soil, strata, or through rock, auger boring or wash boring cannot be used. In such circumstances, percussion drilling can be used successfully. In this method, a heavy drilling bit is alternatively dropped and raised in such a manner that it grinds underlying hard material to consistency of sand or silt. Borehole is kept dry and only small amount of water is added to form a slurry with material ground up by it. Cuttings are removed by baler. A typical drilling rig with tools is illustrated. I'll see that one. What says this? It says now there's a sketch that is percussion drilling rig and in this number one main drilling cable, then mast number 2, then sheave number 3, and then 4 spreading arm, and 5 spooling heave, and 6 is motor, 7 is crank, 8 is sand reel, 9 is main cable drum, then casing 10, baler or sand pump 11, then 12 is sand line, 13 is sand shear, and 14 is crown shear. Let us show you this sketch first. Okay, let us show this sketch. Percussion. thought switch again. I'm not feeling well. This pen on again. The advantage is simplicity of equipment and operation, use of cable instead of rods, small amount of water is required, can be used in most soils and rocks, is well suited for coarse gravel deposits, formation with boulders and cavernous rock. Disadvantages: changes in character of soil are determined by its rate of progress and composition of slurry, but less accurately than wash boring, as stabilizing fluid is often used. Groundwater observations are hindered as slurry enters soil below bottom of holes. Main drilling bit may disturb soil to considerable depth below bottom of hole. Suction due to sand pump may cause caving or mixing of strata of soil or cohesionless soil. It's not well suited for exploratory borings due to difficulties of detecting thin strata. Not well suited for exploratory boring due to difficulties in detecting thin strata. Not economical for borings of less than 10 cm and impossible to use in loose fine sand and quicksand. Now, diamond drilling. Diamond drilling is made up of a hollow steel cylinder with cheap diamonds fixed on its outside and inside edges at lower end to form a cutting bit. Diamonds are fixed in such a way that hole driven is of a slightly greater diameter than that of hollow cylinder, and also a core is cut which is of slightly lesser diameter than inside diameter of cylinder. Water jet is forced down through drill to bottom of hole, while drilling is rotated into rock. A solid core of rock is formed inside cylinder, which is taken out with a jack. Complete record of course is maintained to get a correct information about study. This was diamond drilling. Now rotary. These belches are coming. Sorry for this, but I can do this digestion problem. Rotary drilling. Rotary drilling is the fastest method for drilling highly resistant materials. Unless deposit is very loose or badly fissured, this can be employed in rock, in clay, or even in sand. Rapidly rotating drilling bits cuts material at bottom of hole into small particles. Particles are taken out by circulating water or drilling fluid in a similar manner to that of wash boring. Usually casing is not provided in rotary drilling if hole is likely to collapse. Drilling mud consisting of slurry of thixotropic volcanic clay in water is circulated. If hole is likely to collapse, drilling mud consisting of a slurry of thixotropic volcanic clay is in water is circulated to hold and support sides of drill hole, and this also seals off permeable strata. Rotary borings in rock vary in diameter from about 2.5 centimeter to more than 140 meters, depending on something around diameter 2.4 centimeter to more than 140, depending upon purpose for which hole is there. I think 1.4, something wrong here. Depending upon purpose for which hole is there. Advantages. In most of soils and rocks, rates of progress is greater than can be obtained by other methods. Best suited for borings of 10 centimeter and larger diameter of 15 to 20 centimeter. Uniform clean hole with less disturbance below bottom of hole is produced. Now, disadvantages. Just trying to tell to beginners all this, those who are not interested in this, they should get some interest. If not practical these days, but this inform something better. It's what is the root of your knowledge. It's not well suited for use in deposits containing very coarse gravel. Numerous stones are in badly fissured or cavernous rock. Or very porous deposits with strong groundwater flow. Changing in diameter of soil can be detected by progress in inspection of cuttings, but it's not as accurate as in wash boring, since power and drilling fluids are used. It hinders groundwater observations and permeability tests. It's not economical for holes of less than 10 centimeter. Now continuous sampling. Each sampling operation advances borehole, and boring may be accomplished entirely by sampling. It's used extensively in detailed and spatial foundation explorations for important structures. Continuous sampling. each sampling operation advances. Boreholes and boring may be accomplished entirely by sampling. It's used extensively in detailed and spatial foundation exploration for important structures. It provides more reliable and detailed information on cell conditions, and it's generally slower and more expensive than intermittent sampling. Geophysical methods. Geophysical methods. Geophysical methods of exploration were devised in connection with investigation for useful minerals and oils. These methods are employed where only a rough indication of soil is sufficient, and a speedy investigation is of prime importance. Chief methods are gravitational, magnetic, seismic, and electrical resistivity. This is magnetic, gravitational, known as gravitational. Chief methods are gravitational, magnetic, seismic, and electrical resistivity. Seismic and electrical resistivity methods are more common in civil engineering works. Seismic refraction. Seismic refraction. This method is based on principle that sound waves travel faster in rocks than in soil. Sound waves travel faster in rocks than in soil. Again, sound waves travel faster in solid rocks than in fissured or disintegrated rocks. Artificial sound waves are created by explosions and get reflected from a strong strata below. Time of travel is measured and thickness of layer is computed. This is seismic method. Once again I read this. It says very interesting one. This is seismic refraction method. Method is based on principle that sound waves travel faster in rocks than in soil. Again, sound waves travel faster in solid rocks than in fissured or disintegrated rocks. Artificial sound waves are created by explosions and get reflected from a strong strata below. Time of travel is measured and thickness of layer is computed. Let us show you first. There is a figure, it's a seismic method. It's given here, that is detectors are fixed. 4 detectors are fixed. There is seismograph, number 2 is seismograph is there. Number 3 is explosive change. Number 3 is explosive charge. And number 4 is shortest path. Number 4 is shortest path. And then the soil and this is explosive charge is linked to this explosive charge is also linked to these detectors. So here we have the charge, there are 4 detectors, and there is soil and below is rock, and this is what it has to say over here. And this is the seismic method, and also there is then path of seismic refraction, and it's showing section of this. Let's do one chart and stop this. Let me show you this first one so that you can understand one by one. And this is that. You can see this seismic method, and there are 4 these detectors. Then 2 is seismograph, 3 is explosive charge SAIR, just 3. 4 is shortest path. It is this shortest path. You can see 4, and this is electrodes, detectors, and this is charge. This is soil and this is rock. Radiating shock waves are received. Radiating shock waves are received by vibrator detector. Radiating shock waves are received by vibrator detector known as geophone and seismometer. I'll show you this sketch. This geophone is there, known as geophone or seismometer, and where time of travel gets automatically recorded. Its subsoil consists of 2 or more distinct layers. Some of primary waves travel towards lower layer and gets refracted at interface. In case underlying layer is denser, refracted waves travel much faster. They emerge again and reach geophone. As distance between shock point and geophone increases, refracted waves are able to reach geophone earlier than direct waves. Now, diagrammatic representation will show you. Results are plotted as graphs, figure 24.8, between distance versus time of travel. Break in curves shows that point of simultaneous arrival of primary and refracted waves, and its distance is known as critical distance, which is a function of depth and velocity ratio of strata. So this sketch is Z1 and Z2 is depth of type topsoil and denser soil. And then shock point is there at location up, and one is geophone, and there is D1 and D2, and this is refracted waves, topsoil, and this is refracted waves from bottom soil. Here is distance D1, D2, or distances D1 and D2. Then there is this is distance graph, and this is multi seconds time here. A and B point. Now T1, it is then T1 capital, T2 capital, T2 small. This is A and B, point A and point B, point A and then point B. A is diamond, OA and AB, and this is this is T over V1, velocity V1 of primary waves V1 over T1, and velocity wave V2 is denser layer is D2 minus D1 over T2 minus T1, and so on, to arrive at first breaking point A, or point of intersection. Let me show you first the sketches so that you'll be clear of what I'm talking of. You can see this is that D1 is there, D1 is Z1, Z2s are there, depth, and these are here 0 phone, and this is your and there's another sketch here. It's a distance, time, this is time graph. I don't understand this. So, as I said, velocity V1 of primary waves of D1 over T1, and velocity V2 in denser layers D2 minus D1 over T2 minus T1, and so on, to arrive at first breaking point A, or point of intersection. The refracted wave has to travel a distance of 2Z1 through topsoil at velocity V1, and the distance of V1 through second layer at velocity V2. Time required for distance D1 is T1 minus T1, capital T1 minus small t1, and for distance 2Z1 will be T1. So thickness Z1 is given by T1 B1 over 2, and more precisely Z1 is equal to T1 over 2 cos alpha, where angle alpha is defined by relation sin alpha is equal to V1 over V2. Similarly, Z2 of second layer is given by Z2 equal to T2 minus T1 bracket V2 over V2 over 2, or Z2 equal to T2 minus T1 bracket V2 over 2 cos beta, where beta is defined by relation sin beta is equal to V2 over V3. Okay. This method is fast and reliable in establishing profiles of different strata This method is fast and reliable in establishing profiles of different strata, provided deeper layers have increasingly higher density. And thus higher velocities, and also increasingly greater thickness. In case of blind zone, that is layer having a velocity lower than that of upper layer exists, it cannot be detected by seismo diffraction. Various type of materials such as gravel, clay, hard bang or rock have characteristic seismic velocities, and therefore they may be identified by distance time graph. Then electrical resistivity method. Electrical resistivity method. In this method, two metal spikes to serve as electrodes are driven into ground. They are placed at a distance of about 3 times depth of information needed. Another set of 2 electrodes fixed in ground from outer electrodes by means of potentiometer. Resistance of circuit between 2 intermediate electrodes is measured. The spacing of intermediate electrodes should be increased to get a considerable change in resistance. Distance between inner electrodes gives depth of layer, causing this change. For knowing horizontal changes in subsoil, surrounding electrodes kept at a constant spacing are moved in a group along the test line. This is sometimes known as resistivity mapping. Here, number 1 is battery, number 2 is milliammeter, number 3 is potentiometer. A and B are middle electrodes, and D are distances between these 3 spans. Constant spacing are moved in group along test line. This is sometimes known as resistivity mapping. Electrical resistivity method of subsurface investigation, though known to many, has not always been utilized with advantage due to misunderstandings concerning advantages, limitations, and uses of method. Resistivity is equal to R into A over L. R into A over L, or resistance in ohms between opposite faces of unit cube of a material, resistance in ohms between opposite faces of a unit cube of a material, and hence it's a fundamental property of material. It's a fundamental property of material. Conductance of a material is defined as reciprocal of resistivity. Units of resistivity are ohms multiplied by length. Units of resistivity are ohms multiplied by length. Ohm feet or ohm centimeters. 1 ohm centimeter is equal to 0.0328 ohms feet are most frequently used. Potential at a point A resulting from current flow shall be VA equal to I delta O 2 pi like 1 over R1 into 1 over R2. Similarly, potential at point B is given by VB equal to I P over 2 pi 1 over R3 minus 1 over R4. Alright, now say this is potential at point A resulting from current flow shall be VA, that's IP or 2 pi into 1 over R1 minus 1 over R2, and similarly potential at point B is VP equal to I delta or 2 pi 1 over R3 minus 1 over R4. Potential difference measured by volume voltmeter, measured by voltmeter between A and B, so simply VA minus VB. VA minus VB is potential difference, and VA minus VB equal to V equal to 1 over R1 minus 1 over R2 minus 1 over R3 minus 1 over R4 bracket whole bracket I delta over 2 pi, and this delta equal to 2 pi B over I to 2 pi B over I into 1 over R2 minus R1 minus R2 minus 1 over R3 minus 1 over R4. In case of non-uniform material, value given by this equation is called apparent resistivity. Now if R1 equal to R4, R1 equal to R4 equal to R2 over 2 equal to R3 over 2. That is, electrode spacing is same, and equals D equals this reduced to delta equal to 2 pi V over I multiplied by I 1 over R1 minus 1 over 2 R1 bracket minus 1 over 2 R1 minus 1 over R1, or 2 pi R into 1 over R1, or 2 pi RD, where R is in ohms and D is in centimeters. Since an ideally uniform subsurface is rare, most of work is based upon apparent resistivity. So 2 pi RD. Subsurface soundings. In this case, measurement of resistance to penetration of a sampling spoon, measurement of resistance to penetration of a sampling spoon, a cone or other suitably shaped tools under static or dynamic loadings. In this test, measurement of resistance to penetration of a sampling spoon, a cone or other suitably shaped tools under static or dynamic loadings is done, and resistance is empirically correlated with soil properties such as bearing capacity, consistency, density, etc. These types of investigations are all more suited to get approximate indication of strength and other properties of soil, especially cohesionless soils from which it's difficult to obtain undisturbed samples. They are also used to determine depths to bedrock or hard stratum. Alright, yes, from difficult to obtain undisturbed samples. They are also used to determine depth to bedrock or hard stratum and to locate soft spots within subsoil. Advantages are properly performed experiments generally furnish consistent data on depth in different soil stratum. Continuous sounding may indicate presence of thin strata, which may not be effective in boring. It's faster and cheaper than boring. It's preferred in erratic soil or formation, and advantageously replaces some of additional borings. Sounding profiles indicate consistency of cohesion soils and compactness of cohesionless soils, which are very valuable given undisturbed. Now we go to disadvantages. Test results are often misleading and hence unsuitable for soil containing stones and boulders. Sounding data needs correlation by boring samples unless soil types found in area are already known. It doesn't provide information on permeability of soil or consolidation characters of relatively impermeable cohesion soils. Correct interpretation requires considerable experience, especially when estimates of bearing capacity and settlements are attempted, and great caution need be exercised in applying results of correlations made for another area to area at hand. Sounding methods are essentially of three types: dynamic sounding, static sounding, static rotational sounding. Resistance to penetration consists of two parts, namely point resistance and skin friction, and improved equipment are available to measure two separately. Dynamic friction during driving may not always be equal to static friction during withdrawal or rotation. Driving causes vibration and hence it has a tendency to compact loose granular materials. One dry or accurate quick condition when they are saturated. Say driving causes vibration and hence it has a tendency to compact loose granular materials when dry or to create quick conditions when they are saturated. Penetration resistance is in a way shearing resistance of material and rate at which probe is pushed or jacked which affect penetration resistance. Well, therefore in static rotation rear influences resistance welding. Rate influences resistance welding. Following two types of tests are commonly used. Indian Standard 2131-1963 provides guidance for this test. This is standard penetration test. It's performed in a clean hole 50 to 150 mm diameter. Standard penetration test. Question and answer. So, standard penetration test, that's international actually, that's Indian Standard 2131-1963, provides guidelines for this test. It's performed in a clean hole that is 55 to 150 mm diameter. The casing or drilling mud may be used to support sides of holes. A split spoon sample of 50.8 mm outer diameter, sampler of 50.8 mm outer diameter and 35 mm inner diameter is driven into undisturbed soil bed at bottom of hole under blows of a 65 kg hammer with a free fall of 75 centimeters. What is that? Now 50.85 mm outer diameter. This is design of a split spoon sampler. Split spoon sampler 50.8 mm outer diameter and 35 mm internal diameter or inner diameter is driven into undisturbed soil bed at the bottom of hole under blows of a 65 kilogram hammer with a free fall of 75 centimeter. Minimum open length of sampler should not be less than 60 centimeters. So 50.8 and you can say 35 mm external internalities of sampler. In that case, you can say it is driven into undisturbed soil, bed at bottom of hole under blows 65 kilogram hammer with a free fall. Now 75 centimeters height fall. Minimum open length of sampler should not be less than 60 centimeters. Sampler is first driven through 15 centimeters as seating. It's then driven through further 30 centimeters or until 100 blows have been applied, whichever is earlier. Number of blows needed dry sample of 30 centimeters beyond seating dry is known as penetration resistance, denoted by N. Again, what it says, the minimum open length of sampler should not be less than 60 centimeter. Sampler is first driven through 15 centimeter as seating. It's then driven through further 30 centimeter or until 100 blows have been applied. Number of blows needed dry sample 30 centimeter beyond seating dry is known as penetration resistance, denoted by M, and show some of empirical correlations of soil properties with penetration resistance. Now there's cohesionless soil and other quadrants. First we have two tables. For cohesionless soil, this is penetration resistance in Newton, then value of 5 degrees, and density index, that is percentage, moist density, and types. These are columns for cohesionless soil, and for cohesive soil, this is penetration resistance N kilos and unconfined compressive stress. penetration resistance and unconfined compressive stress, same as T per meter cube per square. Saturated density and the type says that it is penetration resistant, let's say cohesionless soil. Number one, nothing. Value of degrees 25 to 30. Let's say now what are the cohesionless soil. It says that resistance is nothing and value of phi is 25 to 30. This is for cohesionless soil. This means 25 to 30 the angle of repose, and density is 0 and moist density is 1 point. It's not given as well, not probably. In very loose this is, so when it's very loose, you will not find the resistance. Then N is 4, which is value of angular force is 70. Now come on to next one, that's 10 and is 10. This is cohesionless soil and angle is 30 to 35 and density is 35% index, and moist density is 1.75, 1.44 to 1.84, and this is loose. Then N is 10, value of degrees 30 to 35, this density index is 35, and this is, let's say 1.76, 1.442, 1.76 is medium. This 30 is, and 30 is, you can say 30 is 35 to 40 this degrees, and density index is 65. And says you can say 1.762 medium. Then this is more than 30, it's not given. 38 to 43 and 86 index. This is 1.762.34 dense. They're not given. This is 100 and 100 is the same distance. Moist, you can say moist density 2.08 to 2.44, 100 density index and more than 30 start given here. You know why? It should be then you can say This is complete table, this is just partial. Even then I'll show you what is there in this. We have to refer to international values of n. This is childish, I think, this is a thing. I'll show you report and we'll see in report what is professional. This is all teachers done, It's not very powerful in this box. Now go to factors affecting number of blows. You understand what's that? How these factors affect number of blows. Now weight and length of rods. Says longer lengths of rod means a loss of energy and increase in n values. Longer lengths of rods means a loss of energy and increase in n value. But this is counteracted by weight of rod, which tends to decrease n value. Gordon had found that length and weight of rods up to length of 45 meters have no effect on n. Hence, for all practical purposes, it has negligible effects. Size and shape of shoe. Okay, size and shape of shoe. Sometimes you have to think. Very sharp edge reduces n, while worn out or dented edge tends to increase n. USBR has specified a tolerance of 0.4 mm over specified thickness of 1.6 mm shoe. Driving energy now. Gordon found that variation in free fall alters value of n. He found that various falling weight produced different n values even when total energy remains constant. However, 25% deviation in weight is allowed as long as total energy is kept consistent. Size of drill holes. Size of drill holes. Too large and too small size of drilled holes may affect n values. Larger diameter of casing Size of drill holes. Too large and too small size of drill holes may affect N value. Larger diameter of casing means heavier wall of casing and therefore possibility of disturbing deep zone. And table reason below casing sheet. Outer diameter of split spoon is heavy. Or it says too large and too small sizes of drill holes may affect value of N. Larger diameter of casing means heavier wall of casing and therefore possibility of disturbing deeper joints below casing show. Outer diameter of split spoon is generally 50.8. A small diameter of casing means clearance between outer wall of spoon and inner wall of casing may offer increased resistance in outer walls of spoon. Size of hole recommends are as follows. According to Karjagi and Pack, 75 mm, 100 mm. According to Indian standards, 55 mm to 150 mm. Now say according to Karjagi and Pack 75 mm to 100 mm, this is hole recommended by, and this is offer increased resistance outer wall of hole 75 to 100 mm. Indian standard 55 to 150 mm. USVR 75 mm. Gordon 100 mm. Driving rate. Driving rate is, silty fine sand. I can say that is so I'm a little uncomfortable with this. Silty fine sand and fine sand below water table. Silty fine sand and fine sand below water table generate positive or negative pore pressure depending on state of compaction during driving. I can see silty fine sand and fine sand below water table generate positive or negative pore pressure depending on state of compaction during driving. That time this driver and not then you see this This in turn affects effective stress on material. Effective stress influences N value considerably. A British Standard Committee recommends 30 blows per minute. Now, degree of saturation. Trajagi and Pack recommended a correction for N value in case of saturated, silty or fine sand when N observed is higher than 15. Modified value of N is equal to N dash, that is and dash, not dash, apostrophe, equal to 15 plus half and minus 15. So this is, you can say, and it's 15 plus half or minus 15. This is the degree of saturation itself. And effect of overburden pressure. Effect of overburden pressure. Effect of overburden pressure. Let me see how scanning is going on. Scanning is complete, just fine. I close the scanning. Now it is opening. Well, it's only 3 hours 9 minutes, and let us see, time is 6:29. 6:29. So I should talk of contract now. I think better I stop this here. This effect of overburden pressure, and then or we take this now, touch compensation. Just a minute. Effect of overburden pressure. I complete this, and then we'll take Dutch code condition, and then it will be then sampling, and then it will be preservation of samples, then distribution of soil samples, change in stress conditions. Changing all this we take tomorrow. I think it's one more one time required in this. I stop it here for the soil. This is 30 for this. For little top now. As usual, my dear friends, we taught from very elementary book. Of course, I should say that I studied in my career. I still keep that book with me, and nothing wrong with books. We have to understand facts. As we got through soil exploration today and yesterday, I am getting more and more confident that we are entering into a very simple way of learning soil. As my submission to you is again and again, same and same, that don't take soil as no substance for learning. If your soil is well understood, if you know what is soil, what is differences of all this, well, soil is not what we think is soil. No. Soil is everything. Everything. Maybe we cannot understand when we are young. Maybe we don't value it, but we value it or we don't value it. It is what it is. If you say no, then you have no concept of engineering, simple speaking. Simply, I am stating, if you do not understand soil, you cannot work in engineering, you cannot work anywhere in designs or in science, cannot work. Because your work is incomplete, your think is incomplete, you are not a good thinker of engineering. Civil engineering depends on soil in all respects. Everywhere, your design, if not done on soil understanding, that design is not acceptable. That design is fake. That design is incomplete. Frankly speaking, if one cannot understand soil. You must understand, irrespective of fact that you are not conducting test yourself, you have to understand report. Just like a doctor understands reports in pathological system to find what disease is. Soil is that type of reporting, and it must be done in a professional manner. That report then must be re-examined, clearly understood, formed. If you cannot do that, imagine something. Okay, for very small building, I'm not saying anything, but for a project, if you don't do that, then you are not doing engineering religiously. And religiously doesn't mean religion. This means by mind, by soul, by conscious. You're not doing engineering which you should have done. I have experienced and feeling also that we are more concentrating on structural analysis everywhere rather than understand factual support. And this nowhere in the system is how to do that. Sometimes, soil is completely confusing. Completely confusing. It looks something and something else. Completely confusing. But if you try to understand a little, conceive it, then I think it's very clear. Very clear. But it takes time, it takes efforts to know it, what it is. It takes just, I think, a month maximum to go through basics of soil. A little thought is required, little thought. Not many formulas you have to learn. We are not going to check. We are not going to soil is very small subject, very small subject. Your theory of structure, analysis, design is very vast. Soil is not very big subject, but understanding is important because it's challenging one to have clear understanding of soil. My interpretation is this. Your can be different. I'm not blaming anybody. No need of blame because you are qualified people. You know what is your responsibility, what is your obligation. I am no one to tell you what you have to do. But as a colleague, what I understand, I am just advising you. Doing it or not doing it, it's not my headache, it's your headache. Because I have gone through many postings of structural engineers for many years. I did not find that certain questions are raised frequently about soil. They talk of soft fields, they talk of this and that, many how to model, how to do this and this. Means hardly 1 or 2% even questions are not raised regarding soil. This is clear indication that either they know everything or they know nothing in soil. Even I used to write something on soil, very few reflection. Soil, what I understand, is first of all natural and material it is. It's not dust, it's life. I am standing on soil and you are standing on soil. Building is standing on soil. All structure is standing on soil. It gives us food, it gives us water, it gives us, so much that we cannot even measure it, we cannot even evaluate it. It gives that much. That is soil. If you can respect it, because for public it is nothing. As a civil engineer I have served, public doesn't care for soil because they don't know about this. It's not their fault. They don't know about this. It's fault of ours. It's fault of those people whose duty is to educate them. But we are not doing that. Well, we'll talk tomorrow about soil. No need of just concentrating on that for everything and arguing that. It's now already 3:21 and I moved to FedEx now. It is very important also for me. I don't know what you think about that, but very important for me. And I open that file, FedEx, and FedEx is of course very important. Maybe for you, for me, for all. Because you are all structuralists probably, you won't care for that, but you do not understand that if contract is not well understood, your contract of designs cannot also move, it cannot move as well. FedEx is that, though FedEx is just an institutionalized one, but what I mean to say is contract is that. Contract is that. As I used to talk about contracts, I'm going to FedEx of course, but I don't know why I talk again and again to people. I don't know. Because there's something missing in our community. We are very proud, always saying, I am such engineer, I am design engineer, I am professor, I am this and that. That's okay, you are. Look, an engineer who joins site, an engineer who works in activities, not in designs. In real activities, design is not real, that is something conceptual. But site work is not conceptual, it is real. What you do in design comes too late on site. Site has its own problems. Means that problems the designers cannot conceive, cannot anticipate in office. Though it's also designer's duty, but it's different in field. As I said, contract is not a difficult charter. I call it a charter. In fact, you may not agree with that, but it's a charter between two parties. Charter means mutual agreed law. Charter is a document where rights are given in writing by authorities or by kings or by governments or by whosoever, and by public to itself, where public is exclusively responsible. So when I say contract, its term is contract, but it's not simply contract. It's not simply contract because term is contract. Term involves within it hidden titles for so many reasons, and even organizations call them by various names, agreement or contract or this and that. Little bit of light, it will give always light. For me, I consider it in different way, because contract should be perfect, but not perfect in practice. Problem being, contract is expected to be signed and agreed, or agreed and signed by both parties to contract. But what happens, both parties do not know absolutely what is right or what is wrong. Because as far as one party is concerned, party one, which on context we call employer, generally remains ignorant of what is contract, generally remains ignorant. Whereas the other party, which is contractor, because that person is contractor, that person knows much better plus and minus, good or bad, of that contract. But that person is not independent on that point. Contract drafting should be free of both parties. Both parties must have right to question each party. This is basic principle. But what happens in institutionalized organizations like government bodies, there's a rigidity, This is contract. You have to accept this. We don't allow any change. What it means to say, if there is a question, do not qualify this if you want to. You want to get this job. Indirectly, this is blackmailing, I say. If other party raises a question, you must answer, you must clarify. Why did you include this? What is the reason behind that? I am not saying, just say, okay, we will get out of this job. You can say. Means getting out of this job without this job is not a professional way. If some contractor at time of bidding gives or writes certain qualifications, it must be understood properly. Do not expect unqualified tenders, because ultimately contractor has to do that. You ask contractor why you have a problem with this, and if you think contract is genuine, then that clause must be amended. Do not keep that clause, all clauses as, handcuff. No, you can't do that. You have to do it. That's not professional. Because contractor is going to be a party. It's not your servant, not your slave. A responsible party, accountable party, and a party without which you may not do anything. This is fact of life. If you want to do yourself, do yourself. Why you call a contractor? What for after all? If you are so competent, you are so powerful, you have all resources, do yourself. No need of contracting. But you cannot do that. You know it very well. Even if you are engineer in government, you will not like to share unnecessary headaches. Forget administrators, I don't count them. Why do government employed engineers consider doing job themselves as headache? Why? Forget contracting, do job yourself. I know it's not going to happen. Because as many engineers we have, they are not interested in jobs. They are interested in responsibility. My contemplation towards contract is different, not like others. Generally, people think contractors should be suppressed. I don't agree with this. One hand we say our contract is propriety based, equity based, total justice. In beginning itself, you are step. FIDIC has drawn something. I cannot say that's a masterpiece, but it's a good guide. Remember, if you cannot do something yourself, Once you are in contract, you have to execute, you have to administer contract as an engineer. In that project CPC, remember you have a liability of that. Liability, not your personal liability, but obligatory liability in profession. You have to think for both parties because you are engineer in contract. You are neither oriented towards employer nor oriented towards engineer. Okay. Then you have to take both parties on equal footings. You cannot say, oh, you are a contractor and this is not, this is not acceptable. You are, of course, representative of employer, but as an engineer, you are not representative of employer. If you are representative of employer to some extent, then you are also representative of contract to some extent. If you are there, you have to be here. Your destiny, your obligation is for project, for contract, that whatever contract is there, it should comply with reality. First of all, being an administrator of that contract, and that is because I am telling you administrators, because you have to administer that contract, not only on behalf of employer but on behalf of both parties, neutrally, independently. You may be paid by whosoever. You are trying, you have to keep in mind that justice should be done to contract, neither to employer nor to contractor, to work, to project, to public interest. So your interest is not to get profit to employer or profit to contractor. That's not your interest. Should not be. You are not paid for that. Your interest is best project and best consumer or user or real client service product. If you don't keep that in mind, then you don't do justice to yourself. You are not doing justice to yourself. That's very important here. Contract must be thoroughly understood by you as an engineer or administrator of contract. And if you are unable to understand that, then you have to have some advice from someone who knows contract. but you will be responsible because you have signed some document. Sometimes, contractor says something and it turns to something else. And sometimes sequence is not correct in contract. And sometimes so many things are demanded. But that, contract does not give you any freedom on your own until there is amendment to that, and that cannot be amended frequently. Remember, once contract is done, it is executed, it is entered into by both parties. Execution means both parties enter into contract. That's called execution of contract. And when acceptance letter is issued by employer, that is also contract, but that is provisional, that contract shall be executed within so many days. That's also contract. You cannot say that that's not a contract. All documents of contracts are entered into formally, provisionally and regularly. This agreement is in writing, not verbatim. And once you have entered in, it must be justified at every clause. If there is some unjustification, that is invalid. It is unclear. Everybody, what do you want to say? Or there is some clause that doesn't pertain to this contract, that clause becomes superfluous. That is. We have a standard form from filling, that's okay. But that's not final one. Whenever there is some advertisement regarding contract or something else, you'll see people busy on releasing people. What is it? Just thinking this and that. I fell here, why? Because you fell in God. You fall in contract. When there is a lapse in contract, it's dangerous. Because this is contract. Both lapse, both fall. While otherwise it's very easy. There is no question of falling, no question of anything. It's well done, well thought. You just think of yourself, I at this condition because I want this. That's not fertile attempt. Best engineer is who before compiling contract goes through each and every clause being proposed and understand, is it right or it's not right? Is it applicable to this project or not applicable to this project? First experience. We say contract should be equity based. If you say even charter of institution of engineers, you will find some, in charter itself it's given that contract should be justified, should be equity based. That is principle of engineers. And if you cannot do that, you leave it to advocates which do not understand practical contracts. They don't understand their own contracts. How can we depend on them? You think I am sitting for nothing? I am testing your patience, because contract is patience. If your contracts, you prepared a contract and both parties sign, and that contracts by chance goes to disputes, that's a question. There's a question mark. Like, why it's going to dispute? After all, why contracts ruptured? Why parties are not accepting that? What is a contract? This means parties, they say there's some lacuna in contract. That's why we go to dispute resolution. So this big question mark of your work. Your contract should be so strong that neither party, none of these both parties to contract, can cause nuisance to contract. They can say anything. At time of contract, we shall do this, we shall not do this, we shall do this. Don't worry, we will do this. It happens. But is that right? Don't we do this? Don't we believe us? At time of contract, they will say, no, we'll do it. We'll do it. Don't do it. We trust us. You trust us for this contract, you trust us for this item. You don't trust us? No trust. No trust. No, we don't trust you. Yes, you're my friend. That is different. But I am not dealing with friend, I am dealing with professional practice. Actually, contract is part of professional practice, and unfortunately, professional practice is taught in England, this is taught in America, and it is taught elsewhere, except beautiful Bharat, India. Here, professional practice is not taught to engineering students. This is defective education, though no problem, you learn yourself, that's all. Because if you don't know basics of professional practice, how can you administer contracts? That's the only point here. And when you have to administer contract, this means you should know contract related laws. Somebody asked me, I want to know contract management, what is that, how is that? Ask you very good question, but you have to first understand contract law. Contract law. Every country has contract law. If you don't understand contract law, in our country, we have this Contract Act, which defines what is contract. And of course, this is from England. Indeed, we don't have any caliber that we do ourselves. It defines what is contract in simple form. And so that applies to all contracts. And if your contract was executed in some other nation, that applies, then that is also acceptable. Some during an arbitration proceedings, one advocate of opposite party advised me. I think opposite party. I give one advice free of cost. What's that advice? See, in future, don't suggest your clients that include arbitration clause in contract. Then what to do? Just leave it to court. I see you're playing a game. Leave to court. Very good idea. Why? You are a lawyer, only nothing else. I said you're thinking from court point of view, and that to our court, which never decides anything. If you do not include arbitration law, I would say arbitration act in your contracts, nobody will sign anything. Nobody will come to you even to buy your documents or to give bid to you, because it's world related issue. It's not, you are not special in your country. You are not extraordinary. Nobody can wait for 10 years or 20 years for decision, for judgment, because our judges, the whole world knows how they decide. So don't give your rubbish idea to me. I know what you are talking about. Means you want to open lawyer shop actually in name of and judgment, because work is done in 2 or 3 years and dispute is there which arbitration can solve in say maximum 1 month, 1 year. You want to keep up to 20 years. You are a real lawyer, Bharat standards. Your standards are really Bharat standards. You are a real lawyer, really. So that's why sometimes I don't like our law professionals, lawyers, advocates, or even judges. I don't like them as far as inefficiency is concerned. Dispute happened in 2 months or 1 month, and they are taking 20 years for that. It's not acceptable. It's not question of foreign parties or a party. Whosoever is involved in contract must have justification in contracts. Well, yes, I remembered one instant I told you. But in contracts there are many, many more. Let's go through clauses which you were reading last time. These clauses were, I remember we were talking designs and something like that. Talking of that in last time. I left here. I left, I think, test, no, it's not test 5, it was 5. It was 5 plus 5. I'm talking about EPC for your information. Talking about EPC, so should be far forward. Yes, it was designs, and we went through this. Then we were talking of contracts, documents, and all that we did. We reached up to contracts understanding, applying technical standards, and regulations and training, all that we did, I think, as build records, operations and maintenance manuals, and design errors. Now, let's say 6, that's section staff and labor. Staff and labor. It says style in headings, engagement of staff and labor, that's 6.1, and 6.2 is rate of wages and conditions of labor, that is in 6.2. Then recruitment of persons, that is 6.3. 6.4 is labor laws, and 6.5 is working hours. 6.6 is facilities for staff and labor. Then health and welfare, whereas it says then health and safety of personnel. Then it says that 6.8 contractor superintendents, and 6.9 contracts personnel, 6.10 contracts records, and 6.11 disorderly conduct, 6.12 key personnel. This is what all says. So we go one by one. It is EPC and we have to take our responsibility because EPC is having many complications. It says 6.1 engagement of staff and workers. Labor they are saying, I am saying workers, no, it's same thing. Labor is little bad word, so I am using workers because they work. You may call them labor, but this is very bad word actually. Now, except as otherwise stated, except as otherwise stated in specification, contractors shall make arrangements for engagement of all contractors' personnel and for their payment, accommodation, feeding, transport, and welfare. Well, it's okay, it's good. I'm taking really water. This says that, well, I don't know why it's come to specifications here. There's no need to specify. It says, except otherwise stated in specification, contractors shall make arrangements for engagement of all contractors' personnel and for their payment, accommodation, feeding, transport, and welfare. There is nothing as such to be included in this specification. These are natural clauses where, yes, contractor, you have to provide engagement of contractors' personnel. I mean, so contractor shall make every arrangement for accommodation, engagement, etc. Whosoever contracts there, subcontracts there, depends on arrangements for engagement of all contractors' personnel and for their payment, for their accommodation, feeding, transport, etc. This is natural. If it is desert, means you have to do all this, and if it is cities, if you have all possibilities, you have to provide this. And by chance, if you can't do this due to whatever reason, and those people live in their homes, then you have to provide this money to them. You cannot say that no problem if you do because it no. You are Prime Minister. Well, we go further. This is natural duty. I don't know why. Well, rates of wages and conditions of labor. In this actually 6.1 what they say, transport and accommodation and field welfare, everything is to be provided, and particularly in deserts where remote sites are available. Not only this, it's not welfare, it's right. Health facility they have to provide. Means it's not welfare, you cannot say it's welfare, this is duty of contractor and is the right of people. Welfare is a wrong word here. You are not doing any obligation onto them. It's their duty to keep them well suited, well, very healthy. So this is the words are missing this. When we go to clause number 6.2, rate of wages and condition of labor, it says that contractor shall pay rates of wages and observe conditions of workers which comply with all applicable laws and are not lower than criteria of accounts. Then you can say rates of wages and conditions of labor. Contractor shall pay rates of wages and observe conditions of workers which comply with all applicable laws, and we are not lower than those established by either for trade sector or because. If no established rate or conditions are applicable, if no established rates or conditions are applicable, contractor shall pay rates of wages and observe conditions which are not lower than general level of wages and another contract. Well, resource is now 6.3 recruitment of persons. Contractor shall recruit or attempt to recruit Staff and labor from amongst employers' personnel. Hmm? From employers' personnel, and employers shall not recruit or attempt to recruit staff and labor from amongst contractors' personnel. So this is general understanding that if you are owning your employees, you keep them with you. We don't want them. This is means this is different. Means if somebody wants to take, means why you want mine to? If suppose there is some good person, then contractor that person wants to join this, it's not regular contract. This is something unusual. Means this just show for sometimes such types of clauses I don't like. Means why do you want to hold some people there? After all, even if it's contractor's employee is working for you, what's your problem? It's maybe there for 1 year, 2 years, and not forever. And if that miss, what secrecy will it bring to you to that? This is something typical copy paste. Means you don't keep or you copy. They are people for both. They are working for that. If I am suppose very good for contractor, I can be good for you also. If I am good for employer, I can be good for also. Who's who say are they slaves? Means sometimes you find these types of problems. Labor, this is a sex fall. This is, you can say 6-4, and let me switch this back. Put off so you can see how our battery box is open. You see that? Not. I put off that and see what's that. That's it. See. It says 6-4 labor laws. So I think it's done. No, it's not done. Yes, labor laws. Contractor shall comply with all relevant labor laws. All relevant labor laws. I can say contractor shall comply with all relevant labor laws. Applicable to contractors' personnel, including laws relating to their employment, including wages and working hours, health, safety, welfare, immigration and emigration, and shall allow them all their legal rights. This is a kind of repetition. Means contractor shall require contractors' personnel to obey all applicable laws, including those concerning health and safety at work. 6.5 working hours. This is no work shall be carried out on site on locally recognized days of rest or outside normal working hours stated in contract data, unless A. otherwise stated in contract, B. employer gives consent, or C. work is unavoidable or necessary for protection of life or property or for safety of works, in which case contractor shall immediately give a notice to employer with reasons and descriptions as are describing what required. Then is 6.6 facility for staff and workers. Except as otherwise stated in employer's requirements, contractor shall provide, maintain all necessary accommodation and welfare facilities for contractors as well. So it is except as otherwise stated in employer's requirements, contractor shall provide and maintain all necessary accommodation and welfare facilities for contractor's personnel if such accommodation and facilities are to be located on site, except where employer has given contractor prior permission. They shall be located within areas identified in employers. So if such accommodation or facilities are found elsewhere within site, contractors shall immediately remove them at contractor's risk and cost. Contractors shall also provide facilities for employers' personnel as stated in employers' requirements. I repeat, if such accommodation and facilities are to be located on site except where employer has given contractor prior permission, they shall be located within areas identified in employer's requirements. If such accommodation or facilities are found elsewhere within site, contractor shall immediately remove them at contractor's risk and cost. Okay, now we go to let's say, if any such accommodation or facilities are found elsewhere within site, contractor shall immediately remove them at contractor's cost or risk and cost. Contractor shall also provide facilities for employer's personnel as stated in employer's requirements. 6.7 Health and safety of personnel. If in addition to requirements of subclause 4.8 health and safety obligations, contractor shall at all times take all necessary precautions to maintain health and safety of contractor's personnel in collaboration with local health authorities. Contractors shall ensure that number A, medical staff, first aid facilities, sick bay, ambulance services, and whatever other medical services stated in employer's requirements. Against requirement are available. It says that stated in employer's requirements are available at all times at site. And Come on, let me say B. That is, says it says in A, medical staff, first aid facilities, sick bay, ambulance services, and whatever other medical services stated in employers' requirements are available at all times at site and at whatever accommodation for contractors and employers' personnel. And B, suitable arrangements are made suitable arrangements are made for all necessary welfare and hygiene requirements and for prevention of epidemics. A contractor shall appoint a health and safety officer at site. Contractor shall appoint a health and safety officer at site responsible for maintaining health, safety, and protection against accidents. This officer shall be qualified, experienced, and competent for this responsibility and have authority to issue directives for purpose of maintaining health and safety of all personnel authorized to enter and works our right sides. Okay. So we can say throughout execution of works, contractor shall provide whatever is required by this person to exercise this responsibility and authority. 6-8 contractor superintendents. Let me see how much battery I left with. 118 minutes. Okay. Contractor superintendents. This is from commencement date until issue of performance certificate. Contractor shall provide all necessary superintendencies to plan, arrange, direct. Why these people are unnecessary poking their photos inside without helping me? They are dragging me, they are torturing me. These people, I don't know what nonsense they are. Just sending nothing and nothing and nothing. I forgot where was these people. From commencement date until issue of performance of certificate, contractors shall provide all necessary superintendents to plan, arrange, direct, manage, inspect, test, and monitor execution of Contractor superintendents. Very big point it is. Contractor superintendents. Big point it is. Very big point it is. Which is a top class, in fact, supervision class, top supervision class. I can say this cannot be taken lightly. This is very impressive class and must be taken accordingly. And if you miss this, you can say, get lost, you idiots. मानते नहीं हैं यार, कैसे लोग हैं? I never respond to this, but they are sending and sending. Disturb करते हैं, कितने खराब कर दिए उन्होंने मेरी वीडियो यार. बेवकूफ लोग ऐसे फ्रेंड्स में आते हैं बेमतलब कोई बात नहीं करता, टेक्निकल फालतू की बात नहीं करता. Contractor superintendents, from commencement date until issue of performance certificate, contractors shall provide all necessary superintendents to plan, arrange, direct, manage, inspect, test, and monitor number of costs and monitor execution of work. I have to put my battery on. I don't take risk. I put my battery on. No risk. I don't take risk. I can trust them. So it says superintendents to plan, arrange, direct, and direct, manage, and inspect, test, monitor execution of works. Superintendents shall be given by a sufficient number of persons. Superintendents shall be given by a sufficient number of persons. A, who are fluent in or have adequate knowledge of language for communication defined in subclause 1.4 law and language, and B, who have adequate knowledge who have adequate knowledge, it says, of operations to be carried out, including methods and techniques required. This is important. Hazards likely to be encountered and methods of preventing accidents for satisfactory and safe execution of works. This is for contractor superintendents. Then contractor's personnel. Contractor's personnel. Little lower than superintendents, you can say. Contract is 6.9, contractor's personnel. I have about the times now 4:23, 50, 4:24. And I have to stop at 8. This means 15 minutes more. So about the same 4:40 is okay. I will not go on that because my second computer is not working. I will not go much more on with this. So let's see how it works. Now contractors personnel. Contractors personnel, including key personnel, if there is, shall be appropriately qualified, skilled, experienced, and competent in their respective trades and occupations. Employer may require contractor to remove or cause to be removed whosoever person employed on site or works, including contractors, representative, and key person, if whosoever Now, A, persists in whatever misconduct or lack of care. This is number one. Means if you are not good in conduct and care, this means persist in any or whatever misconduct or lack of care. B, carries out duties incompetently or negligently. C, fails to comply with provisions of contract. D, persists in whatever conduct which is prejudicial to safety, health or protection of environment. E is found based on reasonable evidence to have engaged in corrupt, fraudulent, collusive or coercive practice. Or F, has been required from employer's personnel in breach of subclause 6.3, that is recruitment of persons. What are this clause? Again I repeat, employer may require contractor to remove or cause to be removed whosoever person employed on site or works, including contractors, representative and e-personnel, if whosoever who A, persists in whatever misconduct. B, carries out duties. So first one is persists in misconduct or lack of care. B is carries out duties incompetently or negligently. C is fails to comply with provisions of contract. C is persists in whatever conduct which is prejudicial to safety, health or protection of environment, and is found based on reasonable evidence to have engaged in corrupt, fraudulent, collusive or coercive practice. Or F, has been recruited from employer's personnel. Alright then, if appropriate, contractors shall then promptly appoint or cause to the appointed cause to appoint a suitable replacement in case of replacement of contractor's representative subclass 4 grade. Contractor's representative shall apply in case of replacement of key personnel subclause. Key personnel shall apply, that 612. A 610 contractors records. Contractors record. Let me drop one fan. Unless otherwise proposed by contractors and agreed by employer, in each progress report under subclass 4.2, contractor shall include records of occupation and actual working hours of each class of contractors personnel. B. Type and actual working hours of each of contractors equipment. And C. Types of temporary works used. D. Types of plants installed in permanent works. And E. Quantities and types of materials used. For each work, activity shown in program at each work location and for each day of work. And 611, disorderly conduct. Contractor shall at all times take all necessary precautions to prevent an unlawful, riotous or disorderly conduct by or amongst contractors' personnel, and to preserve peace and protection of persons and property on and near site. 612. Key personnel. If no key personnel are specified in employer's requirements, this subclass shall not apply. I don't know why this is written in this, there's no such need. Contractor shall appoint natural persons named in tender to positions of key personnel, if not so named, or if an appointed person fails to do Contractor shall appoint natural persons named in tender to position of key person if not so named, and if not so named, or if appointed person fails to act in relevant position of key personnel, contractor shall submit to employer for consent name and particulars of another person contractor proposes to appoint to such position. If consent is withheld or subsequently revoked, contractor shall similarly submit name and particulars of a suitable replacement for such position. Employer does not respond within 14 days. If employer doesn't respond within 14 days after receiving any such submission, by giving a notice, stating an obligation Variations. Okay. Versus yes, if consent, okay, if employer doesn't respond within 14 days after receiving any such submission by giving a notice stating an objection to appointment of such person or replacement with reasons, employers shall be deemed to have given employer's consent. Contract shall not, without employer's prior consent, revoke appointment of any of key personnel or appoint a replacement unless person is unable to act as a result of death, illness, disability or resignation, in which case appointment shall be deemed to have been revoked with immediate effect, and appointment of replacement shall be treated as a temporary appointment until employer gives consent to his replacement or another replacement is appointed. In say, court shall not, without employer's prior permission, by consent, revoke appointment of any of key personnel or appoint a replacement unless person is unable to act as a result of death, illness, disability or resignation, in which case appointment shall be deemed to have been revoked with immediate effect, and appointment of replacement shall be treated as a temporary appointment until employer gives his or her consent to his replacement and or internal. All then says in this case, then you can say all key personnel shall be based on site or where works are being executed off site at location of works for whole time that works are being executed. If either of key personnel is to be temporarily absent during execution of works, a suitable replacement shall be temporarily appointed subject to employer's prior consent. All key personnel shall be fluent in language for communications defined within Okay, now let us see what we have done. What we have done actually, after this we have to see about, this is about, we have gone through this, we have gone through this 6 class on class number 6 and 7, and this, I think 6 only, staff and workers. We have gone through engagement of staff and labor. We have gone through rates and wages, rates of wages and conditions of workers. We have gone through recruitment of persons, recruitment of persons. We have gone through labor laws, and we have gone through working hours, and we have gone through facilities for staff and labor, and we have gone through health and safety of personnel, and we have gone through contractors, superintendents, and we have gone through contracts personnel, and we have gone through contractors records, and we have gone through disorderly conduct, and we have gone through key personnel, and then we have come to plants, materials, and workmen. The 7 we have not gone through that. Now what I'm saying is, means that what it says now, plants and metals is fine, that's next one. Importance about superintendents and key personnel. There are 2 issues here: superintendents of activities, superintendents of project, and key personnel. Superintendents here stands for overall work, where a kind of a group or a kind of an individual. When you say superintendents of contractor, means a kind of representation on behalf of contractors, represents the total representation of job of contract. This means that we have to explain that in details, because this class is not explained. It's complete supervision, it is complete responsibility, it is complete plus and minus of contracts, and you have to be accountable, obligatory. You have to be accountable in every respect on that contract. You have to make decisions, and you have to attend meetings and everything, management meetings. You have to respond to all progress or failure of progress or not. You are supposed to do that. And if you don't do that, then you are supported by other people. They are called, you can say, contractors, key personnel. Key personnel means little below subordinate to, or you can say assistants or associates to, these superintendents. In fact, both are there. You can say delegated superintendent, you can say delegates of superintendent, delegated representatives, in absence of someone. These support, and these are actually key personnel. You can say they belong to various engineering disciplines, electrical, mechanical, civil, and all other disciplines, and also people who come from subcontractors, those people also involved in that. These key personnel, name itself says key, means they are key disciplines. Key representatives, they are involved in decisions of technical decisions, responsive decisions, and superintendents means administrative power of contractors, which deals like a resident engineer, or you can say like just they are on that side is employer's representative, on this side is superintendent or agent of contractors. That level you can say, not resident. Resident engineer is it's like head of contractors, and that one employer's representative, head on behalf of employer. So these are that type of levels of designations which we must understand in that spirit, and that's most important point. These both are very high positions where contracts are concerned and technical responsibilities are concerned, progress of works are concerned, and you can say ultimate accountabilities are concerned. These are very experienced people, you can say experts on their callings, on their professions, and that's where importance lies in. We cannot simply condemn them only because of some reasons, and I would say now it's only time, and we should now, I think, take today's leave of 4 hours 45 minutes, and I have to post it on Safi also, so it should be done before. So I say thank you very much, gentlemen. I close this video now for today. So let's think of tomorrow if everything goes fine. and we will do. So I close it to the thank you very much once again. Bye bye.